Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Clarity Tarot and Astrology. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys are all doing very well and are excited for a live reading session. Tonight, we are doing live tarot and astrology readings on the channel. So, if you are watching this in the live version, hello, welcome. You can get a live reading here with me. If you open the description box, I have all of my live offerings there. Just donate for the offering that you would like, and we'll get you done right here on the stream. Now, if you are a member of my channel and you have some free monthly readings that you'd like to use, then you absolutely can do that tonight as well. Just let me know. And if you're watching in the recorded reading and you still want to get a reading with me, then just subscribe to the channel with your notifications. That way you know when I am live. Okay. All right. Last night we did a live full moon stream. I went through all of the 12 signs, gave predictions for everyone. So if you haven't yet watched that, then go ahead and watch that after this stream. And also be sure that you are on my email list because I am now sending out weekly astrology insights. So if you want to have some insight into the week specifically for you, then you want to be on the list. Okay. So the link for that is in the description as well as the chat box. All right, guys. I think that's everything from me. Just let me know if you guys have any questions or need readings. Hi, Rhoda. Hi, Charnette. All right, let me pull your chart up. All right, so Rhoda, here is your chart. And we will go through your transits for the month. Yeah. So yeah, let's start off. Yeah, we'll just start from the top with all the transits and we'll just work our way through. Okay. That way everything will be covered. All right. So yesterday, November 4th, Mars went into Sagittarius. And so for you, that is your 8th house of death, rebirth, and transformation. So this is going to be a pretty intense month for you in the sense that there's going to be a lot that you're needing to look at internally. Okay. And Mars rules your 12th house of mental health, of your spirituality, of your healing journey. So, with the ruler of your 12th house going through your 8th house, that means that there's a massive transformation internally and psychologically that's taking place this month. On top of that, Mars will conjunct your Saturn, right? And so, with you having Saturn in the 8th house, your karma in this lifetime, your biggest lessons in this lifetime, the thing that challenges you the most in this lifetime are matters of this 8th house. So, with Mars coming here, it's sort of bringing things up that maybe you don't get a chance to see on a daily basis. Maybe you don't normally interact with this type of energy, but now all of a sudden it's popping up. Furthermore, Mars will conjunct your Uranus as well while it's transiting through your 8th house. And this can create some type of very unexpected event in relation to your 8th house. So, an unexpected psychological breakthrough, an unexpected secret being revealed, an unexpected insecurity being shown to you. Okay. So, definitely wanting to make sure this month that you're really doing the inner work. This would be a great time to work with a psychologist. This would be a great time to work with any type of healer. Anything to do with the occult would be incredible during this time because you just can't see these things on a normal daily basis, right? These are the types of things that you deal with internally, you deal with privately, you deal with in a kind of occult way like we're doing right now. That's how you're able to really work through these types of things. So I would definitely prioritize that this month. All right, then today you had a full moon in your first house, and look at where your ascendant is. Yes, therapist is included in that, absolutely. Look at where your ascendant is. Your ascendant is 13 degrees of Taurus. The full moon took place at 13 degrees of Taurus. So this full moon for you is a direct hit, okay? A direct hit. So this is, I would say, for the rest of the full moon period, let's say from now until November 20th, you are in the spotlight. Okay. You are in the spotlight. This is you having the ability to see your whole life very clearly at this particular moment in time. You can look out into all the different areas of your life. You can go through the entire zodiac wheel, house by house. You can see what's going on in that house. Is it working or is it not working, right? Are my finances doing good? How's my family? How are my relationships? How's my career? Right? You can look out at your whole life right now and go, okay, what's going well? What's working for me? What's not working for me? What do I want to keep doing? What do I want to stop doing? What's holding me back? And that's why Mars being through your eighth house this month is very symbolic, because it's saying, look, you need to change something, right? You need to let go of something permanently. There's something that maybe you're psychologically attached to, there's something that you are very emotionally attached to. There's some karma that you're holding on to. There are some lessons that you need to learn, and it's time to work through that this month and transform so that way you can get your life on the right path in the right direction. Okay. So huge, 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 huge month for you. This full moon is making a sextile to your Jupiter in the 11th house. So there's an opportunity here to get clarity about what your future looks like. And with the clarity of what your future looks like, that can help you to kind of um, replan your life, right? If you notice that there's something you're doing right now that's not going to lead you to where it is that your life is taking you, you can change that behavior. You can do something different. That way you get to the ultimate outcome. Okay. So for sure, if it's not already coming up for you, sometimes it takes, a little while for the full moon insights to come in. So if it's not already coming up for you, you should understand, what is needing to be changed in your life. And once you have that understanding, you make a plan to change that. Okay. Also, with you having a full moon in your first house, this is kind of like the climax for you. And then until the next new moon in Taurus, which won't be until 2026, until that time, you're kind of on a journey of letting go, because now you're on the other side of that bell curve that I always show. The first side of the curve is the building up, and then the second side of the curve is the breaking down. So you're kind of on the breaking down phase now for the next 6 months in your life. Like the next 6 months for you are more about breaking down things in your life, breaking down systems in your life, letting go of things, creating space, getting ready for a true new beginning that won't start for you until 2026. So that's another way to think about, not even this month, but really the next 6 months of your life is, what do I need to release and let go and remove from my life so it looks more like my ultimate vision? You said there has been a lot of things coming up this past week already, lots of challenges. Yeah. So understand that those challenges that are coming up, it might take you, 6 months for you to fully resolve them, to really work through them, and to actually be able to, let them go. Like it can take some time. Okay. This is essentially like one of the most, intense periods for you of the year. And so it takes time for all of that to kind of die down and for everything to be reworked and reorganized in your life. That way you can move on from this. So just have more of like a patience mindset, a long-term mindset. No, it's going to take time for you to work through things fully and honestly, right? Not just to kind of say, okay, and shove it under the rug, but to actually get to the bottom of things. And that's what this month is asking from you. With Mars going into your eighth house, it's asking you to get to the bottom of things so things are permanently solved, which, isn't always an easy process. Okay. All right, the other thing that's happening with this full moon is it is making an in conjunction to the South Node in Libra. So one big thing that likely needs to be worked out of your life over the next 6 months is people pleasing, overworking yourself, overcompensating, doing too much for other people, overgiving, especially in a work context. That is likely one big theme to come up because you might realize that it doesn't really matter what you do, like, it doesn't change the ultimate outcome, right? Like, no matter how hard you work or how hard you try to make people like you likely get paid the same amount of money, right? It doesn't really amount to anything different. Therefore, it would be better for you to just, like, be within balance and have boundaries and do what feels right and don't do what doesn't feel right, and show people that you do have, like, self-respect, and that way your life will get easier and you'll feel more free. So that's another thing that can come up at this time for you. Additionally, the full moon is in conjunct to Saturn in your eighth house. Okay. So, like I said, the issues that you need to deal with, they're likely things that you can't deal with in your everyday life. It's not something that's just going to, like, pop up for you. It's something that you kind of have to go in. Like, you have to go into the dark space. You have to go in to your, that scary place, go in and do the shadow work. And that can feel a little bit uncomfortable as well. Okay. So the opportunity with the full moon is being able to see what you want, understanding your vision for your life, and then kind of looking at your work sphere and going, like, is this helping me or is this not? How can I kind of step back a little bit? How can I create more boundaries? How can I create more balance here? So that way I have more time and energy to do the inner work, the psychological work, the healing work that I personally need to do, which is going to get you a lot farther in life than just, like, working for other people. All right, so that's today. All of that is just today. All right, then tomorrow, Venus moves into Scorpio, and that is your seventh house. Okay. So you're going to have a Venus return here very shortly because your natal Venus is in the seventh house. Okay. So you are ruled by Venus. So that means that there's a big reset coming for you. Yes, it is a big month. Like I said, this is the most energetically charged time for you, one of the most of the year, because you're having a full moon in your first house. So, this is definitely a time where a lot is happening, and it's important that you're catching all the insights and you're processing everything that's coming up. Okay, so, but do you see how it's all kind of the same theme? Everything is pointing to needing to start fresh, needing to start over, needing to clear out the old. And that was what I had named the November video. I named it, you know, um, releasing the old and rising into the new for this month, because there's a lot of transformative energy and you're you're being, like, very personally affected by that. So yeah, that's just the theme. But anyhow, with your chart ruler coming into the seventh house, that means that there's going to be a big emphasis on focusing on relationships for you. Okay. And you are Venus. So you are coming into your own seventh house. So you are the one that is instigating changes here. And when Venus comes into your seventh house, it's going to conjunct Pluto, the planet of death, rebirth, and transformation. So there is some type of big relationship transformation that you're making this month. And if I were to guess from what the full moon is telling us, it has to do with the way that you interact with people in your life in terms of your boundaries. Because the problem with having Venus in Scorpio is that it tends to not have any boundaries, right? Scorpio wants depth, it wants everything, it wants it all. And that's fine, right, with certain relationships, but not all of them. And there could just be a need to, re-examine your boundaries and how much access people have to you and how available you are to them and how much you're giving to them. Because with having Venus in the seventh house, this creates a lot of power dynamics where people can kind of take advantage of you, maybe without you knowing. And it's just a time to start becoming aware of that and make sure that, everyone's getting an equal share of things in your relationships, that everyone's getting a piece of the pie, that people are not kind of like in a way profiting off of you while you sort of get scraps and not be able to do what you need to do. So that's a big change. And that can just making that change can change a lot of your life. Okay. Then November 7th, this is another big thing for you. Uranus, the planet of unexpected events, um, shocking events, upgrading, innovating, is going back into your first house. Okay. So this is huge because this only happens, once in a lifetime. And you already experienced this from 2018 to 2025. Okay. So you've experienced this. And what was happening for you during 2018 to 2025 is that your life was getting a major upgrade. Like, you can probably think back to what was happening to you prior to 2020 to like 2017 time to now. Your life is probably completely different, like in a huge way, in an unexpected way. And you're on a completely different path now, probably. Well, Uranus is coming back into your first house to say there's a little bit more upgrading and updating that we need to do. So again, do you see how everything is pointing to, hey, something needs to change. Something about your life needs to change. Everything this month for you is pointing to change. So that's going to be in your first house until next year. So the rest of 2025 is a lot about just clearing out the old and getting ready for a system update, which I'll talk a lot more about in the future as to why 2026 is a big reset for everyone, for the whole world. But on a personal collective level, it's happening for everyone in some particular way. And so for you, there's a lot of changes that have to be made. And so that's why the universe is aligning everything this way for you. So just prepare for that. Okay, November 9th, Mercury retrograde begins. And it starts in your 8th house of death, rebirth, and transformation. Oh boy. Okay. So, this retrograde for you can start out pretty intense. A lot of deep work that you're doing, a lot of deep realizations going underneath the surface here to get out all of the trauma, to get out all of the baggage, to get out all of the insecurities, clearing that out. Okay. Then Mercury will move back into your 7th house. And this is where you're going to have to redefine relationships. Okay. So, just get ready to do relationships in a new way that honors you, in a way that respects you. And that starts off first with you honoring and respecting yourself. Then on November 11th, Jupiter goes retrograde, and this will be in your 3rd house of your mindset and your communication. So you've probably been learning so much the past, 8-9 months that Jupiter has been in your 3rd house, right? The amount of information that you've had to take in and what you've had to learn probably has been insane. And now you're getting an opportunity to really integrate everything that you've learned internally and, make the changes that you need to make internally so that your external life looks better. Okay. So again, going within, and Jupiter rules your 8th house of death, rebirth, and transformation. So you're internalizing this and you're thinking a lot about this. Like, you could find that over the next couple of months that you are just a bit more introverted, you're thinking a lot, You're realizing a lot, maybe not verbally expressing it out loud, maybe not saying it, but you're thinking it. Then on November 12th, you'll have a third quarter moon in the sign of Leo. That for you is your fourth house of home, family, and emotional well-being. So there could be something that needs to be changed, rethought, reviewed when it comes to your living situation, your home and family situation, or just on an emotional level, you're choosing to do things in a way that honors your emotions. On November 18th, that's when Mercury retrograde will make its way back into Scorpio. And then on November 20th, you'll have a new moon in the sign of Scorpio at 28 degrees. Your natal Venus is at 23 degrees. So again, you are being very personally affected because you are Venus. So you're having a new moon on your chart ruler. This is another new beginning, okay? And you're choosing a new way to go about relationships, right? You are going to come up with a new plan, a new system, a new process for dealing with people, dealing with relationships. And with this happening at 28 degrees, there's a level of maturity that's coming in here, right? Doing relationships in a way that makes sense to you today. Hey, Katerina. Doing relationships in a way that makes sense for you today, right? You may have done relationships differently in the past. Hello, Yuki. You may have done relationships differently in the past, and now you're going to be doing them in a more mature, updated way. Okay, so wow, lots of new stuff. Katerina, yes. You said I've had a lot of relationship challenges. Oh, yeah. Well, listen, this month you're getting to the bottom of that. And you're going to realize that you have to change the way you're doing relationships in order to get better results moving forward. So you're taking all of the healing, all of the lessons that you've learned, and you're coming up with a new system. And what's funny is right before I started the stream, this song popped in my head, and it was that song New Rules, I think by Dua Lipa. And it's, she's talking about basically she's creating new rules for herself with relationships. And that's what I feel for you. It's like, okay, those were my old rules and this is my new rules. So if people want to deal with me, this is how they have to treat me. And if they don't treat me this way, then they're not going to have access to me. So that's what's changing for you right now. You're in the process of this. Okay, then November 21st, the sun moves into Sagittarius, okay? Your 8th house is just on fire this month. So, with the sun here, this exposes your 8th house. It exposes the vulnerabilities and it exposes the insecurities and it exposes, all of the psychological stuff that's going on inside of you. And it's allowing you to see what the problems are so you can change them, so you can fix them. So, it's just a month where you have to be honest with yourself, right? You can't play yourself. You can't delude yourself. You can't pretend that nothing is wrong and, think that everything's going to work out. Like this month really asks you to confront the truth so that way you can actually have a true transformation, because you can't have transformation without truth. I know it's a lot. You said I need some better grounding. And that could be something that you work on as well this month. All right, then November 27th, Saturn goes direct. Yuki, yes, paid reading or free member readings by becoming a member of my channel. You can get free readings just like we're doing right now. Yes, November 27th, Saturn goes direct in Pisces. Yay. Okay, Saturn for you rules your ninth house and your 10th house. Okay, your ninth house of your beliefs and your 10th house of your career. So, with Saturn being retrograde, it's sort of been slowing this area down for you. And now, with it going direct, this area starts to pick up for you. Okay. So that will be a nice change. Then November 28th, you'll have a first quarter moon in Pisces. Okay. First quarter moon in Pisces. So for you, Pisces is your 11th house, the same place that um, Saturn is going direct. So with the first quarter moon here, it's showing that you're having to, there's a challenge here, right? With Saturn going direct and with it starting to move forward, it also means that there's going to be new circumstances that are going to come up. And these are circumstances in regards to your goals, plans, and dreams for the future. So you have to really think about, what am I building here? And am I building something on the proper foundation? Am I building something that's going to lead me to where I want to go? And you might find that, it might be kind of hard to do that if you stay doing what you're doing right now, right? The vehicle might not be the vehicle you need to get you where you need to go. Maybe it's helped you to get out of where you've been, but it might not be the vehicle that takes you where you need to go. Okay. So that can come up. Then November 29th, this is like the longest month in the world. November 29th, Mercury turns direct in Scorpio. Okay. So now all of the deep work has been done, as in terms of relationships and intimacy and, your psychological work. And now it's time to move forward with your new rules, right? It's time to move forward in a new way. And this will continue to play out into December. It's not going to be totally, all worked out by November 29th. Okay. So again, think of the next couple of months of your life as not a sprint, it's a marathon. It's going to take time for things to realign in a way that feels good for you. Okay. But this time is very important. All right. Finally, last thing is that November 30th, Venus goes into Sagittarius. And this is a lighter energy, yes, but because you are Venus and it's going into your 8th house of death, rebirth, and transformation, again, it's just kind of setting you up for a December that also is pretty intense as well. So my advice to you is to, understand that the way out is through. If you confront your demons, if you confront your issues, if you confront your challenges head on, that is how you will overcome them. That is how you will overpower them. That is how you will be strong. And other people will see your strength and they will respect you. But if you continue to do what you've always been doing and let people kind of take advantage of you and not really look out for your own best interest and just kind of do whatever you're told, it's going to get increasingly harder to live like this. And it's going to feel very, very draining. So you kind of have to think about this month as I need to step up for myself. I need to protect myself. I need to look out for my own best interests because no one else in the world is going to look out for you the way you're going to look out for you. And no one else in the world knows what you want better than you, right? So you don't just want to follow along with what someone else is doing, but actually do what you want to do. Do what you want to do. And the right people will be along on the journey with you. The right people will follow along with you. And if someone doesn't want the best for you or want you to follow your own dreams, then that shows you who that person really is. Okay? So you have to kind of start thinking about it like this. Okay? All right. I know that's a lot, but this is just what's coming up. Okay? So just prepare yourself. Yes, the universe is doubling down. It's doubling down because we're losing time. Like 2026 is right around the corner. And 2026 is not going to be like 2025. It's a brand new cycle. And you can't bring the same mentality and the same mindset and the same actions and the same behavior into 2026 like you can in 2025. It won't work. So you have to level up. So that's why it feels intense, because the universe is like, okay, it's like when the baby's coming, like it starts getting more intense, you start feeling more pain because something is about to change and you have to be like ready for it. You have to be paying attention. So that's what the universe is asking for you right now, is like, pay attention, like something's coming, something's changing, be ready for this. Don't just keep, thinking you could do the same thing or be the same person in the new chapter, right? When the baby comes, no, you have to completely change. So there's like a quickening that's happening this month for a lot of people, really. But for you, God, it's like dead smack on in your chart. So yeah, it's all about the mindset, right? Waking up in the right mindset, doing the right inner work, staying aligned, understanding where the path is taking you, that this all is divine, right? And just rising to the occasion. All right, love. So best of luck for you. Katarina says, oh my, I really felt the quickening this year. Yes. You're another one, right? Virgo rising, South Node in your first house. It's like, we got to drain the old here. We got to get rid of the old crap for you. So yes, Virgos have been hit very, very hard. You're welcome. Okay, Katarina, for your monthly reading, you can ask any tarot question that you want. If you want just like a general reading, we can do that. But if you have maybe like a specific question or you want to ask about a specific person, then you could do that as well. Just let me know. Sure. You said so many painful events. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. All right. So this reading is for Katarina. I'm going to start off with an astrology card for you. See what the most important area is to focus in on right now, and then we'll move into the tarot and guidance. So most important messages for Katarina, please. What do you want her to know right now? What do you want her to focus on right now? All right. The card for you is your second house. So this is your finances, okay? But even more than your finances, it's more about your self-worth and your confidence and your value, because based upon how much you value yourself and how much you believe in yourself normally translates into confidence. And when you feel confident, you are able to translate value, and that relates to money. Okay, so it's deeper than just the money. It's more about the confidence that you're bringing, the value that you're having. That's what's to be focused on. This is coming out with the fifth house, which relates to love, dating, romance, but deeper than that, it relates to our inner child, because based upon whether or not we have a healed inner child or a wounded inner child, that determines how the quality of the relationships that we attract. When we have wounded inner child, we attract bad relationships. When we have good inner child, we attract good relationships. So what I'm getting with the two cards here is self-worth, right? Just like you said, definitely self-worth. That is the number one thing to focus on, but dealing with it through the lens of finances and dealing with it through the lens of your inner child. Okay, so these are the two things to focus on this month. Now let's go into the tarot. Let's get deeper information. There's already tons of cards that want to come out. So your overall energy for the time. We have 5 of Swords. Okay, so this feels relational to me. And it doesn't necessarily mean romantic. This could be relationships of all types, friendships, family relationships, colleagues, okay, anything like that. Where it's time to split off from someone. It's time to stand firm in your truth. Also knowing that this is going to isolate you from certain people. This is going to take you away from certain people, not because they're bad people, not because you're bad people, but because you're going on a different path, right? Maybe on one point in time, you were going on the same path as someone. Well, now you're not. And that's okay, right? Again, it comes back to having that confidence that, believing like, okay, my path is valid, my vision is valid, my journey is valid. I don't have to follow along with what someone else is doing or what someone else wants me to do because thinking their path is better. Like your path is good. Whatever the universe has in store for you in your life is good, is meaningful, and is valuable. And if someone doesn't like align with that path, it's perfectly fine to separate, even though maybe you really want to go on that person's path or you want them to come along with you. You said, well, romantic too. I'm trying to let go of someone who used me and I was blindsided. Yeah. That can be also coming up with this too. And you said, I'm also losing certain friends, AKA party buddies. Yeah. Right? Like you're just going into a different chapter, a different era. And, what they're doing is fine if that's where they're at, if that's what they feel is right for them. But it's likely that that is not feeling right for you, And I think this is one of the most powerful changes you make in your life when you kind of stop hanging out with your party friends. It shows real growth. It shows real growth. So if that's what's coming up for you, that's huge. So the mindset to have this month. Yeah, absolutely. 3 of Cups. Yeah, to find people who are going where you're going, It doesn't mean you have to go through like a lonely chapter. It doesn't mean you have to do this by yourself. It doesn't mean you have to isolate yourself. It's just finding the right people for you. And that might require you to go to different places, to put yourself in different types of networks, right? But certainly your tribe is out there, right? So you're not alone. And there are people that are where you are and are heading in the direction that you're going in. You just have to disalign with the current track you've been on and get on the new track. Okay, in the heart space, I have the 10 of Cups this month. Like, this month for you actually might bring a breakthrough, after all of the intensity and pain of the year. This actually can be a breakthrough month for you. And that's because we're going into Sagittarius season, which is much more optimistic and much more positive. And for you, Sagittarius rules your 4th house of your emotions. Okay. So with Mars coming into Sagittarius, with Venus going into Sagittarius, with Mercury for a period of time going into Sagittarius, and the sun, of course, going into Sagittarius, things can start to lighten up for you on an emotional level. The hope can come back, the optimism can come back, the positivity can come back. Okay, the challenge for you this month. Seven of Cups. Yeah, is everything going to be resolved? No, right? And there's a level of discomfort that I feel you still have to accept. But I think what this is saying is learning how to be okay with not being in control, learning how to be okay with not having all of the variables and being able to solve the equation, going, what? Like, this is the best I can do right now. And having faith, which is what Sagittarius asks us to do, having faith and being optimistic that when the time is right, things will work out. But being grateful and having gratitude for what you do have and what is available to you and what you do know, and kind of looking at all of the difficult things that happened and seeing it as a blessing in disguise. And I think that's where the happiness comes in this month, is like, God, that sucked, but I know I'm in a better place now. I know I'm on the right path. I probably would not have made those changes willingly myself, and I needed divine intervention, and it came. So amazing. Someone is looking out for me. God is looking out for me, and understanding that, you are very blessed and you are extremely loved. So the action to take this month is the Eight of Cups, to let go of emotional baggage, to let go of things you cannot control, right? That's where stress comes from, is when you're worried about things and people that you cannot control. And once you let that go, you give it to God, you give it to the universe, you give it to spirit, it's like a weight that is lifted off of your chest, and you can breathe and understand that, okay, you know what? In the grand scheme of things, I'm fine, and yes, things could be better, but I'm fine. And clearing space, that's your whole thing right now, with the South Node in your first house, right? You're clearing space, not just in one room of your house or one room of your life. You're clearing space in your whole entire house, right? Your whole life. So I think it's easier to let go when you understand that you're not losing anything. Anything that's leaving your life or needing to be let go is already dead, right? It's like expired milk. It's already dead. It's already done. Throw it away. It's not producing value for you. So whatever in your life that already isn't working, is already dead, is already over, just needs to be put in the bin because it's already done, right? So that's a way to think about it. And you can get new milk, right? You can get new stuff. You can get new people. You can get a new job. You can get new things. You're still, you're still good. It's just that this particular season is, things are coming to an end. And that's okay, right? At the end of one season, you put away the old clothes, summer clothes, and you bring out the winter clothes, right? So it's like you're not losing anything. You're just changing the clothes. So think about it like that. Okay, so the outcome for your month is the Tower. Okay, so I feel like there's still going to be more breakdowns. But again, we know this, we expect this, we understand this. You have South Node in your first house. This is just par for the course. This is just what's happening right now, right? And you also have Mercury retrograde this month. And that's going to bring with it its changes because it's happening in Scorpio. So it's pretty much guaranteed, right? That things are going to keep changing. But if you go into the changes with this mindset that we've discussed of, this is happening for you, not to you, right? That divine intervention is at play, then you understand, okay, let it happen, right? Let it happen. I'm going to be okay. I still have food, I still have water, I still have shelter. Like in the grand scheme of things, like I'm okay. And knowing that life is rearranging itself in your benefit. So, take this with you moving forward. Let's grab your advice and guidance cards. Your first card is Think It Through, but it actually came out in reverse. So I feel like this is saying don't overthink it, right? Don't overthink it. You don't have to logically understand because you're dealing with illogical things right now. Like love and relationships are illogical. It doesn't make any sense why we love the people that we do, why we get so attached to them. It literally makes no sense. It is crazy, but it just is what it is. And it also is a form of growth and it's how we learn, right? There's no better way that we learn than through relationships. Okay. So just kind of understand that this is just how it is. And, take that Sagittarius standpoint this month. This is a great lesson, right? Everything for Sagittarius is a learning lesson. So just think about it like that. And actually, bottom of the deck, I have forgive. So forgiveness could be the key out as well, forgiving the other person, but also forgiving yourself. Okay, then we have believe in your good luck. Yes, this is Sagittarius energy. It seems unlucky what you're going through. It seems challenging. It seems painful, but it's actually life rearranging to get you onto the proper path. And because this is happening for you, it means that you're ready for it. You're ready for it on some level. And if not you, your soul. Your soul is ready for it. And it might take time for your logical mind and your soul and your heart to all get on the same level. But once they are, it's bliss. And you understand, okay, wow, this really was a blessing and I truly am blessed. And it's time for you to start realizing like that all of this is a good thing for you. In the grand scheme of your entire lifespan, everything happening right now is a good thing. Finally, we have actually two cards are wanting to come out. We have number one, trust that all will be well. Okay. And shine, right? Have some fun, right? Have some fun. Enjoy yourself. Live life a little bit. Just because things are going bad doesn't mean you are not worthy of having a good time, but that might look different now. What you consider a good time now could be different than maybe what you would do a year from now, but be sure to spend time with your inner child. And that was the original message I got was, pay attention to your inner child. Give your inner child what it wants. This is like step one for living in a happy life. Okay. So do prioritize that this month as well. And I think it will be easier to do this as we start to transition out of Scorpio into Sag. We naturally want to have more fun and go on more adventures, so that energetics will be supporting that. But, really prioritize this inner child. Okay. Alrighty. So I know that was a lot of messages wanted to come through there, but hopefully that was helpful for you, gives you some guidance for your month ahead. Sharna, thank you so much. You are welcome, love. Let me know how things go. Alrighty, so Miss Charnette, you can post your question whenever you're ready. Okay, so Charnette asks, what are James' intentions when it comes to our relationship? Okay. What does Charnette need to know about James? What are James' intentions with Charnette? What is he planning for their relationship? What can Charnette expect? Okay, I have the 10 of Wands that popped out. Okay. So first things first, just him, the way he feels right now in his own life, separate from you. He feels very burdened right now. Okay. I'll clarify to figure out what this is about, but he feels like he's carrying a very heavy load right now. And I'm not surprised to see that because I know he's an Aquarius, and Aquarius is ruled by Saturn. And Saturn right now is retrograde and it's very slow right now. And Saturn is the planet that brings burdens. Okay. So he feels especially weighted down. And I can understand this for him. Um, Furthermore, as an Aquarius, this full moon in Taurus that we're having today is in his fourth house of emotions. So this is a heavy time for him. And I think it's important to just keep that in mind. Okay. That he likely is personally, emotionally going through something, and I'll try to figure out what it is. But that is also playing a factor and a role in your relationship as well. Okay. All right. Let me keep shuffling here. All right. Now, when it comes to you, I have the sun. So when it comes to you, like you are like a ray of sunshine for him. You bring the positive energy. You bring the light to him. In an otherwise maybe kind of heavy life that he lives. So just know that even though maybe he doesn't express it or he doesn't really show it, he does really like your presence in his life. Now, in the way that he's thinking right now, I have the 7 of Pentacles. So he's at a crossroads right now. Let me try to clarify in what area of life this is. Yeah, exactly. Like you help him out, and that's a big, big benefit to him. And he's really loves that, and he really appreciates that. But let me try to figure out what the weight is that he's carrying. 12th house. So this is a lot of mental health stuff. This is subconscious stuff. There's a lot of forgiveness and baggage that he's holding on to from the past. I have the 7th house at the bottom of the deck. This could be from past relationships, not necessarily romantic, though it could be. This is just relationships in general, like with his mom, with his dad, with his family. Okay. He's very, very weighed down by that. And it's just hitting very heavily right now, like I said, for the transits that he has going on. And this is a long-term thing for him. He's not going to overcome this overnight. Okay. So as his girlfriend, you have to decide. You have to decide. Do I want to be with someone that I have to help? Do I want to be with someone that has baggage? Do I want to be with someone that maybe has a difficult time expressing themselves? It's just a choice that you have to make, because from his perspective, your relationship is fine. He's getting a lot of benefit and a lot of value from you being there. And so the question is, are you getting benefit and value from being in his life? Okay. That's that's all you have to decide. Okay. All right. Now, the way that he is thinking about you, we have the world. Okay. So, he intends for this to continue on. He doesn't have any plans for this to end between the two of you. He hopes that whatever you guys are doing now will continue. So, again, like, if your relationship were to stay exactly the way it is right now, do you want that relationship? Do you want to stay in this relationship? Because that's his intentions. It's just for things to kind of keep going on the way that they are. I have the 9 of Cups coming out and how he feels. He's very content, right? He's very content and his needs are being met. So here's the thing. If someone is content and if someone is happy, they're not going to make any changes. So it's like either you like what you're getting or you don't. You say, I'm not. It's one-sided. Exactly. So here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. If you are in a relationship where you have to help that person, you take on the role of the mother. That then puts the man in the role of the son. Okay? And it creates a mother-son relationship, which is a one-sided relationship, right? Because a mother doesn't expect anything from the son, and the son doesn't think he has to give anything to the mother, because the mother just gives everything for free. So you have to get out of this role of mother and go back into the role of girlfriend, where you have expectations, and if the expectations are not being met, then you disappear. Okay? Right? You're not his mother. You don't owe him anything, right? You didn't make a vow to God to help him, right? Like, as a girlfriend, it's conditional. I will be here if you act this particular way, and vice versa. Boyfriend, I will be your girlfriend if you act a particular way. So you have to go back down to the role of girlfriend. And if you're in the role of girlfriend, and he's still not giving you what you need, then you have to reconsider whether this is a relationship that you want to be in. If it only works with you being his mother, then there's really no trajectory forward for this. And you have to be able to make a decision about what you're going to do that benefits you. Okay? So his intention is really not to change anything. It's to continue getting the value that he's receiving from you, which he, from his perspective, feels like you're happy to give. But if you're not happy to give, then you have to be honest with yourself and stop giving it. Just stop. And, start putting your expectations. I need this. I need this. I need this type of help. This is what makes me feel good. And if he can do that, then great, fantastic. But if he can't, then you have to reconsider whether he could even give it to you in the first place, or if you just immediately went into the role of mother and just started taking care of him. Okay? So, it's not a bad reading, because, he's happy, he feels good. But if you're not happy and you're not feeling good, then you have to make the change, right? He's not going to change absolutely anything, because he's getting everything that he needs. And it's always your job in a relationship to ensure that you're getting what you need. Okay? All right, girl. You got some work to do with this one. Good luck. You say, I've been silent lately because I feel he doesn't get it. No, he doesn't get it. You can't explain, and you can't explain it to him either. You just have to show him through your actions. Just show him, like, this is what I want through your actions. And then he'll start to get it. So I think you're good for being silent because you need space, right? He needs to feel your distance. He needs to feel like he needs to chase you a little bit. So that's good to be silent. But then you have to show him. So show him through like your social media. Um, if there's somewhere where he's gonna be, like show through your value, show him this is what I want and make him chase you to give it to you. And if he can't give it to you on the level that you want, then you keep pushing him away until he levels up and becomes the person that you need him to be. So keep creating space, create space, create space. Don't explain it, just show him and wait for him to hopefully, if he can, come up to being the person that you want him to be. But if it's already kind of been the dynamic of like, oh, you're helping him, then he's kind of in this helpless state. So it might take some time, for the tables to switch. So give it some time. It might not be like an overnight thing, but just focus on what it is that you want and focus on your own life. And in the meantime, either he's going to get it or you're just going to level up and you're going to continue moving on, right? So never stop your progress, right? Keep going in your progress. And if he comes up, great. If he doesn't, then you know the truth. But never stop doing your thing. Never, ever, ever. You're welcome. Good luck. Hello, Cornelius. Okay, let's ask about Zan for you. How does Zan feel romantically towards Cornelius? What is her overall energy towards him? How is she thinking and feeling about him? What can he expect? Okay, so her overall energy towards you is the Queen of Pentacles. So very interesting. She feels like you guys could have a good, stable relationship. Like you bring a lot to the table, she brings a lot to the table. Like she feels like you guys would have like your material life very well taken care of, like money taken care of, house, everything in order. And yeah, that's like the biggest benefit or biggest value that she sees here. I also have the Page of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck as well. So that might be what she's looking for right now. You know, that might be the primary thing for her. She may be looking for a provider, or at the very least, someone that is like an equal to her that can kind of make her material life better. Okay, the way that she thinks about you, we have the Five of Pentacles. Besides that, I mean, I think that's the extent of where it goes for her. Mentally, it's kind of about what she can get out of this, or the value that you can bring. That's really it for her in terms of mentally. Let's see how she feels emotionally. Seven of Swords. There's also a lot of things that she's keeping from you. Okay. We have the Three of Cups at the bottom of the deck. So she's really good at showing you a good time or being like really friendly or fun. But she has maybe different intentions than what she shows externally. Okay. Which, like I said, I think maybe she's like making it seem like, you know, oh, we have this fun connection and we're friends and stuff like that. But behind that, she's like looking at what she can get from this, what she can get out of this, what she can get from you, which is fine. If that's what she wants to do, if that's what you want to do, that's totally fine as long as you're on the same page. But I reckon that you're probably not with the Eight of Swords. She shows you as much as she wants to show you. She gives you as much as she wants to give you, but there is a lot more behind the scenes with her that you don't know. So you definitely don't have all the information to make a good decision about her. And she likes it to be like that. Again, maybe this is newer. Maybe it's a new connection and it's not really time to divulge everything. That's possible too. But you know, I feel like things have probably already advanced at this point where, you know, you might want to know more about her. Okay. All right. The challenge here, I have the 10 of Cups. I don't think this is someone that's like thinking, oh, okay, yeah, this is going to be my happily ever after. And I'm just so in love with this person. And this is just everything I've ever wanted. Not really. No. Again, it's so much more about what she can get out of this and how this physically looks, more than, you know, having to be like super emotionally compatible with you. She's not necessarily feeling that way. Okay. So yeah. I think the problem here though with this is like going into dating with a certain intention and being clear about what your intentions are. I think also maybe is kind of the issue here. You might be sending out like different signals and not being clear about what your purpose and intention is as you're going out and dating. So that might be why you're kind of getting this like mixed feeling or mixed results here with her because you might be giving off the energy that you want something, but then really you want something else. So I would just like clarify in your mind, what's the end goal here? What are you really looking for? Okay, so overall here, okay, I have the Sun and the Two of Cups. I mean, look, if you want to have a good time, if you want to have fun with someone, if you want to have like a little romantic thing with someone, you've got that here. But if you want something deeper than that, more meaningful than that, then I don't think that this is the person unless you want to have kind of more of like a transactional relationship, or you want kind of a relationship where you're in the provider role and then she is more like in the emotional role, if that's what you're looking for. Okay. So hopefully that is helpful for you. Good luck. You're welcome. Oh, my bad. Sorry. I forgot to unmute my mic. My apologies. Nice to talk to you again. Hope everything has been going well. What I have done for you is I've started off by pulling some oracle cards for you first, and then I'll do some tarot cards for you. And the two oracle cards from Spirit that came out for you are past life love and self care. Okay. And bottom of the deck, I have go slow. So sorry that you weren't able to hear the shuffling and everything, but these are the cards that have come out for you. And so, what I was just actually starting to say is that Noah is or was, however you want to look at it, your soulmate. Okay. He's one of your soulmates. And he came into your life to teach you a lesson. So, the message here is to think about the way things went down between the two of you and to think about the emotions that it brought up in you. How did it make you feel? What did it trigger inside of you? That was the intention of Noah walking away. Okay. And Noah did what he was supposed to do. He is perfectly mirroring you. And that mirror could be difficult to look into. It could be very difficult to look at the situation and to think that like you deserved it. And that's not really the way to think about it. The way to think about it is, what did Noah teach me, or what is he teaching me? What is he showing me about myself? That's the better way to turn this around, to look at it, to not give Noah any power, to not feel like he has something that you need, to not feel like he is better than you in any type of way, but more to understand that this was God, this was universe, this was spirit, and that this has really affected you on a soul level, and that was the intention. Okay? So he's your soulmate. And he did what he was supposed to do. And soulmates don't always do fun, nice things to us. They show us the truth. So there's some type of truth that he's showing you that you have to see. Okay? That card came out then with self-care. That the way through this is not going to be through talking to Noah. The way through this is not going to be trying to get closure on the situation. The way through this is to turn your power back to you. That's the way through. That's the path through. You need to clear out your energy field and come back into center, come back into alignment, get back on your path, refocus yourself. Now knowing whatever you have learned from Noah. That is your true next step. Okay. And this comes out with go slow, that this is not a 1, 2, 3 overnight process, that soulmates bring up the deep ish inside of us that we cannot get to ourselves, because this isn't a solo journey. Life has a lot of characters that come in and out, and that this is one that you might need to really take some time to ponder over and take some time to understand what he brought out in you, the good and the bad, to understand what he made you realize about yourself, and to understand how this all translates into where it is that you're going. Okay. So there's still a lot to unpack here, but you don't need to unpack it with Noah. You need to unpack it with yourself and with God. Okay. So there's no resolution, right? Noah cannot give you anything, right? So I would lower your expectations of thinking like, oh, Noah is going to be the key to me getting over this. Noah is going to be the key to me healing from this or me feeling better from this. He does not have that power. He does not have that ability. Okay, so let's move into the tarot now. Okay, I have King of Pentacles coming out. You have everything you need. You have all of the tools, all of the resources, all of the ability. You have everything at your disposal that you need to continue on moving your life. You know what your life vision is. You know where you're going. That has nothing to do with Noah, right? And with relationships, they only are supposed to be helping us on our path. And it's very likely that you and Noah are not going on the same path. And you maybe took your focus off of your path and were looking at him and looking at his path and how can I merge my path with his path? But that was never the assignment. Okay. So you just need to refocus back on your path. Period. Okay, I have the Hanged Man. Yeah. There's a strong need right now to do the deep psychological, spiritual, and mental work that has come up as a result of this connection. And this is work that you were needing to do anyways. It's just that it's taken Noah to come into your life to trigger you, to awaken you, to be your catalyst, whatever words you want to use. Okay, that was his job. That was what he was meant to do. And he did what he needed to do, and he's not in the picture because he already finished the job. So now here you are, and it's your time to pick up the pieces. And these are picking up the psychological pieces, picking up the mental pieces, picking up the spiritual pieces. Yeah. I then have the Queen of Swords. Yeah, you have to get back on the saddle. Both of the cards, the King of Pentacles and Queen of Swords, show people sitting on the throne. You just need to get back on the throne. That's it. That's the only thing that you need to do is just get back on the throne, to just get back on track. And from that, you will get the closure that you need. You will have the understanding because as you continue to walk down your path, you're going to be like, "Oh, wow. Yeah, you know what? Noah wasn't ready for this, or Noah couldn't have done this, or Noah couldn't have given me that." You're going to realize, especially as you go on to meet new people, you're going to be like, "Oh, yeah, like, oh, this person has these qualities. No one never had those qualities. No one ever did this for me." You're going to understand that as you continue to walk the path. Right now, you're like staying stuck for no reason. For no reason. There's no reason to stay where you are right now. There's nothing there. There's no food, there's no water, there's no sustenance, there's no light. Noah he's continued on. So you staying there is self-sabotage. It's self-inflicted. And you have to go, okay, we're done. We're done. Let's go. This is you, your higher self talking to you, or you talking to your inner child. Come on, let's go. Baby, let's go. Let's get out of here. Like, let's go get back to civilization. Okay. Like, that's the conversation that you have to have with yourself is, okay, we've been here long enough and we're better than this. And it's time to move on. And funnily enough, the minute that you genuinely do that you genuinely make the decision to move on, to give yourself closure, will be the minute that Noah comes back around. Will be the minute then he wants to talk to you. But then you will have the proper conversation. Because the conversation you want to have with him right now is the wrong conversation. You want to have a conversation where he makes you feel better about himself. That's not the conversation you need to have. The conversation you need to have is, understanding why he was in your life and saying thank you. But that's not the conversation that you're ready to have. You're still wanting him to do something for you that he can't do. And that's why he's not coming around for the conversation, because he cannot give you what you're looking for. He can't. So you have to just accept that he can't give you what you're looking for. And instead, you have to give yourself what you're looking for. You're looking for something from him. You're looking for validation. You're looking for something. You know better. You know better than me what it is that you're looking for from him. He can't give it to you. So you have to find a way to give it to yourself. You say, I've been stuck trying to move past it, going to therapy, etc., and I just seem so stuck. Mm-hmm. It's deeper than him. You have to kind of move past him and go, what is it that he did to me? What feeling did he give me that made me feel so good? And how can I give that to myself? That's the workaround here. And understanding that whatever he was giving you is likely something that you lacked way prior to him entering the scene. So where was it lacking from? Was it lacking from mom? Was it lacking from dad? Where was it lacking? Where did that start? And even you want to go a layer deeper than that. What did they not have that they weren't able to give me? So it goes way levels deep. The person, the romantic interest, the love interest is just the front door. Okay, so bottom of the deck, I have the High Priestess. You really have to turn and start doing the spiritual work in whatever way that makes sense to you. It's not going to be the same for everyone. Like my way is astrology and tarot and numerology. Like, but you may have your own way, right? You're doing therapy, those type of modalities might be, more beneficial for you. But you have to find your modality, and you have to work through through that modality. Therapy is good, yes, but therapy is like, it's something that you do at a certain specific time for with a certain person, like maybe 1 hour of the day or however many times you go per week. But you have to find something outside of that. Something outside of that that you do that is also therapeutic for you. And, it can even be something like going to the gym. Going to the gym can be very therapeutic for people, or playing a sport can be very therapeutic for people, right? You need to find your form of therapy. Whether that's cooking or going to the beach, taking a hike, whatever it is, whatever your form of therapy is, you need to find a way to do that more. And that's going to fill you up. And then therapy will kind of just be like a icing on the cake. Like this kind of wraps it all up. I'm able to like put everything together, express what I've been learning, but then you have your system outside that like allows you to kind of function on the daily. So you just got to find what that is. But the biggest thing with this reading is get back on the throne. Sit back on your throne. Sit back at the center of your life. Take the top seat again. And from there, everything else will fall into line. You said it's definitely giving validation that he was a reflection of my mom. Yeah, that's what it is. That's all it is. Until you heal the deeper layers, all of your romantic partners are just reflections. Until you've really, really, really done the work and you've hit pan and you're at the bottom and you're in the stage of rebuilding yourself on the proper foundation, and you're taking care of your inner child and you're taking responsibility for everything in your life, until you get to that point, every person you date is just going to be a reflection of mom. So yeah, let Noah go, in the sense of like, take him off the hook, don't give him so much credit, don't give him so much power, he's just a human. Okay, he's just a human. He doesn't have what you need. Um it's God, universe, spirit that deeply and permanently heals. Okay? So forgive him, forgive yourself, and just, like I said, sit back on the throne. I know it's hard, but you just have to detach him from mom. Noah is Noah, mom is mom. If the problem is with mom, then put the pressure on to mom, not on Noah. He didn't do it. It's not his fault. He was just doing his job. Yeah. It's a you and you thing, it's a you and you thing. You decide when it's frustrating you enough and it's decreasing the quality of your life enough, then that's when you'll change, right? But it doesn't have to get to that point, right? You don't have to get to the rock bottom point. You can just choose that you want better for yourself because you're worth it. You're worth it. You deserve it. You deserve to live a good life. You deserve to have peace. You deserve to have love. So you just have to choose you first over everybody else. You're welcome. Check back in. Let me know how things go for you this month. Hello, Gorgie. How are you? Okay, cool. We'll do a tarot reading. So yesterday I did full moon reading. So did you want a full moon tarot reading? Good to hear. I'm good. Oh, that was the posted video that went out. You can have that reading if you'd want. Yeah, the live session we did yesterday was full moon. Okay. All right. So alrighty. So for Gorgie, no worries. So most important messages for Gorgie, please. How is S thinking and feeling about her? How is S thinking and feeling about Gorgie? What does Gorgie need to know at this time? All right, so his overall energy at this time, we have the Hanged Man in reverse. Interesting. Okay, so I would prefer to see that card in the upright because it would mean that he was, letting go, releasing, trusting, having faith, moving forward with his life. But he is having a hard time doing that. There's something that he's having a hard time releasing right now, letting go of, making peace with. Let's clarify what that is related to. Sixth house, so something to do with his work, health, and daily routine. Bottom of the deck, I have seventh house, so with relationships. So he's needing to move forward, let go, forgive. He's needing to evolve in terms of his daily routine. With him being in Aries, he has the South Node currently transiting through his sixth house of work, health, and daily routine. So it's time for him to basically live a new life, but he's holding on to the familiarity of it. He's holding on to the comfort of it. And this is really, it's causing friction for him because it's slipping away and he's like chasing after it rather than going, okay, this is not working. This is leaving my life. I should just accept, what is happening and just move forward. Okay, so even more with him being Virgo sun, Virgo moon. That means that the South Node is transiting over his sun and his moon. The South Node releases karma and removes unnecessary elements of our life. And with that being over his sun, that's releasing something from his career, his ego, his vitality. And with moon, that has to do with his emotions, wife, mother, etc. So, and this is all in his sixth house of his daily life, his daily routine. So, yeah. And this full moon was making a trine to the south node in Virgo. So, even more right now, he needs to like understand the reality of his situation, particularly with Taurus, Virgo, that's all going on right now. This is your material world, your real life. He's holding on to it. He doesn't want to let it go. He doesn't want to release it. And that's causing him discomfort right now. And it's hurting him the most out of everyone. So that's where he is currently at. You say, yikes, is he confused about if he wants to leave his wife or not? I think he knows he wants to leave the wife. It's just the circumstances that he doesn't want to leave. Like the comfort of his routine, right? Like whatever kind of routine they have set up, like the way they manage their house, the way they manage their bills, the way they manage, you know, the groceries and the chores and everything, like that structure, he doesn't want to leave because likely it's just very comfortable for him and he doesn't really see a future ahead for himself of like, okay, I will do this, I will do that. Like he's not wanting to take responsibility for all that life brings. Um because it's probably just going to be a lot for him. So let's keep going with the reading. Let's see if any more comes up with that for him. But um, let's see what his overall energy is for you right now. Hi, Lucky. Yes, things are open. You can send in. All right, so his overall energy towards you, we have the Page of Swords. So it's possible that he's like not really being super communicative with you, maybe just like little text here and there, nothing of significance. I just feel like there's not a lot that he has to say at this particular moment in time. Like he doesn't have a lot to report. Um, there hasn't really been any big developments on his side. Like there's nothing that he necessarily needs to communicate, nor nothing that like this is going to sound bad, but like nothing that necessarily concerns you. Like the problems that he has are not problems that you can fix. The problems that he is facing, you can't do anything about it, right? So it's more like that. The full moon with him being in Aries rising happened in his second house of finances, self-worth, self-confidence. So very likely right now he's realizing what his financial future is going to look like if he continues doing what he says that he's going to do. And it feels like he's not feeling very confident about his position, okay, financially. So I think in that sense, he might be rethinking whether or not he wants to leave because that might really mess him up from a financial point of view. Okay, the way that he's thinking right now, we have the Four of Wands. So this is a person that needs someone. Okay, he needs someone. He does better, functions better when he has a person in his life, okay? And that is something that he knows, okay? He knows that about himself. He is aware. of that, and that's what he is trying to think about is, you know, I can stay and I'm not happy, but I have structure here. I have routine here. I have stability here. And I reckon with him being a double Virgo, sun and moon, that stability is of the upright importance to him. Or he leaves and he doesn't have stability, but maybe he has someone that loves him, right? In the form of you. And I think that's something that he's like a reality that he's contending with is what's more important? Like, what is more important to me? Um, what makes me feel more stable? And where can I be more stable? Who can I be more stable with? The way he's thinking about you is the high priestess. Okay, so he knows that you're very smart, you're very intelligent. He's not going to be able to get things past you. Okay. Um, if he's going to proceed forward with you, he's going to have to be very honest with you, very straightforward with you, very direct with you. This is my situation. This is what's happening. But I don't think he wants to tell you the truth and the reality because he needs a lot more than he can like pay for, let's say, right? Like he needs a lot more support than he can give. And I think that this is just who he's been for a long time. It's just who he is. Um but to admit that, to say that, to ask for help, like that's not the most comfortable position for him to be in. And it puts you in a really uncomfortable position as well. Um, so he's kind of like, how do I swing this? Like, how do I maneuver this? He's trying to come up with a plan moving forward that causes him the least amount of pain, essentially. But really, what he's finding is that both pathways come with a trade-off. Both pathways are going to come with a sacrifice, and neither one is going to be easy, you know? So he has to kind of accept that. He has to accept that things are going to be hard for him, that things are going to be difficult for him, and I think that's a hard pill for him to swallow. Now, again, with him being Aries rising, next year Saturn will go into his first house. So he's going to have to step up, you know, regardless of whatever happens. He's going to have to do more than he's been doing um, for probably a very long time. So this is his fate regardless. Yeah. Yeah. Like he'll need you to provide him likely with structure, you know, probably living at your house, like kind of being in your world until he can get on his feet, or until things shake out, you know, with whatever they have, you know, who knows what their agreement is. But until things kind of shake out with them, you know, I think he would need a lot more of your support, a lot more of your like patience with him, and he knows that that's going to be a tall ask because he has to admit that he's not, you know, not as stable as maybe he should be. So this is a really hard it's a hard jump for him to make for sure. I have the 4 of Cups and how he feels right now. Yeah. He recognizes that he has support, right? He has people that care about him and love him around him. Like maybe he has a good like network of people around him, but he needs to feel good about himself for himself. Okay. I feel like he derives a lot of his um self-worth, a lot of his confidence, a lot of his strength from the people around him, right? It's not really from inside of himself. That's why he's kind of, you know, questioning whether or not he can actually really make this divorce happen. Like, does he really have the ability to stand on his own 2 feet and move his life forward and leave everything behind and start fresh? Like, he doesn't really know that he can do that. He doesn't really have the confidence that he could really do that. Yes, in theory, it sounds good, but in reality, it's a lot harder than what he had imagined. So, yes, he's much more dependent on other people than maybe he gives off. Not just financially, but just in terms of like with his self esteem, with his confidence, like he just does better. He does better in that type of environment where he's around people, he has people supporting him. It's not all falling on his shoulders. Like that's he's not that type of person. So to leave all of that behind, it's like it's very, very risky to him. Okay, the way he feels about you, there's actually 3 cards that are coming out. I have the 5 of Swords, I have the Devil, and I have the 3 of Wands. So, number 1, with the 5 of Swords, you guys are on different emotional pages right now. Okay, the support that he needs emotionally and the support that you need emotionally are very different types of support. They require different levels of energy and effort. And I feel like this in itself is probably creating a lot of tension or uncertainty because right, you're both trying to get your emotional needs met. Like that's the first thing, of course, with every relationship is you're trying to get what you want emotionally from it. Um, and that might be becoming a bit more difficult now as your realities start to become clear. And that's just where we're at right now in the astrology. Like we're really starting to see what the future holds for all of us and where things are going. And we're having to make some big decisions now. So that could start to create a little bit of uncertainty there. And then we have the devil. So in some way, shape, or form, he is like very attached to you, but not in a healthy way. I think he has a codependent streak in him for sure. Again, this is stemming so far back, way, way, way far back. And I think this is just the type of person that he is. I sense that he does a lot better, like when he's attached to another person, as opposed to being able to hold himself up on his own 2 feet. So I definitely think that he probably is like very emotionally reliant on you right now. Um, you said, what does he need from me emotionally to give him strength and courage? For you to basically just accept him for who he is and to give him whatever type of support that he needs, right? Like to be completely understanding with everything that he's going through with his family life, behind the scenes, a divorce, all of that, right? Just give him like grace and patience and space to go through that. And then likely moving forward, he probably will need to rely on you for structure, for support, for security until he eventually, hopefully, maybe gets on his feet again. But I even like question to say on his feet again because I wonder if a lot of his security comes from the wife and if she's the one that really is the one that's providing a lot of the structure. and the dynamic. And he's kind of looking for someone else to kind of play that role for him. The other card that comes out for how he feels about you is the Three of Wands. So he's trying to figure out what the pathway ahead looks forward. But again, it could be kind of a tall ask at this point in time, especially when he's not really giving you any type of commitment. He's not giving you any certainty. But the reason why he's not giving commitment and certainty is because he can't. Like he literally can't because he doesn't know, he doesn't have a plan for what comes next, right? So he can't really promise anything when he doesn't have a plan and doesn't know how things are going to work out. So it's a lot to ask for someone to provide support for them when you don't have anything to give them. You don't have any guarantees to give them. But he does feel like you guys are like really emotionally attached to each other. So it's an interesting space for him to be in. Like he knows that, you know, you will do what you can, but there's going to be a limit, there's going to be a limit to how much you can actually give him. So he doesn't want to push too much and ask for too much, but he also knows what his needs are as well. So it's just a really difficult spot to be in. Lucky, thank you so much. You'll be next after this reading. So yeah, so just to summarize all of this, he is definitely holding on to his current situation, not the person. It's the situation, it's the routine, it's the structure, it's the familiarity, it's the regularity. Everything is in order, everything is safe, everything is taken care of. And to disrupt that is going to be very, um, can be very destabilizing for him. And he doesn't really have anything set up, for after this period of time. Um, right? Yes, you're there, but to ask you to be his structure, to be his person, um, is a tall ask and kind of unfair, and he knows that. But at the same time, like, this is what he needs to move forward. Like, he would need that, but to put you in that position is kind of, it's just not ideal. The solution here is that he needs to leave on his own terms. He needs to have his own space. He needs to have his structure. He needs to know what his plan is moving forward. What are the next 5 years of his life looking forward? And he needs to have more of his own thing going on, essentially. And he doesn't have any of that. And he doesn't know what that's going to be like yet. So it's very, very hard to, make plans for the future and give you any types of guarantees. You said, I'm being patient, but also trying to keep healthy boundaries. I'm afraid if I give too much grace that he'll take advantage. Absolutely. He's on the brink of that right now. If he were to move things forward with you, it requires you to basically be out of balance. It puts you in an imbalanced state. And that's not fair for him to ask you, and he knows that. But at the same time, he doesn't have his next steps planned out or mapped out either. So he kind of has to keep things where they are right now, and basically risk losing you by not, you know, um, making any moves. He says, I feel like if he had a hint of him staying with her, he would tell me. I told him that she told him she bought a house. I don't know if I believe it. He believes her. There's nothing is set in stone. Nothing is in order, nothing is planned, like, nothing has been going on, like, since the time of our reading with him to now. Nothing has been established, nothing is set in stone, there's no plan, there's no, nothing. It's essentially just the same, um, and, by this point, like, with there being no plan, like, I question whether this is going to happen anytime soon. Um, I know they're, waiting to tell their child, but still, I really don't feel like there's any forward movement on either side here. It's pretty much the same. It's pretty stagnant here, in terms of moving forward. So the reality of the situation, like the reality is like nothing's happening in terms of the divorce. So I don't know. I don't know how much longer you like want to wait. Not quite sure what your plans are. So I don't expect anything to be final until spring or summer. Yeah. So we'll just have to keep seeing what's happening. But right now, I don't see progress. I don't see movement. I see him wanting to hang on to what he knows and what's familiar. Um, and yeah, knowing that if things are going to move forward with you, that he has to have his things together, right? He can't like cross your boundaries or ask for things. But at the same time, he doesn't really have any plans of what he would actually do. You said, I don't know if I should ask him why he hasn't filled out the separation papers or not. I would personally not ask anything. I would look at his behaviors, I would look at his actions and make the decision of what you're going to do with your own life. Yeah, because I also think too, like, there's really no pressure for him to make any changes, like why does he have to do this right now? Like if everything is fine between the two of you, he still has his structure and stability at home. Like, there's really no pressure or incentive for him to make any changes. So I would just like decide what you're doing with your own life and just do it. Don't say it, just do it. And like let him chase you, let him chase you, let him have to work for you. Like let him worry about whether or not he can have you, whether instead of you worrying about like whether or not you can have him. Like I would just flip the dynamic at this point because with everything that's happened astrologically, it's like something should have happened by now. So I would just move forward. Yeah, like I mean, you can tell him verbally, but I just don't know that it's really gonna have an effect at this point. I think actions are a more powerful, catalyst moving forward. You're welcome. Good luck. Okay, so lucky 8, you can post your question. Cordy says, I have told him I need him to be progressive. So will follow with him on the topic. Have a great night. You too as well. Good luck. Alrighty, so for lucky 8, your question is, what is N thinking about me now? So who is N? Is this a boyfriend? Is this a situationship? Are you talking to him? Has he ghosted you? What's the situation here? Sure. Okay. So what does lucky 8 need to know about N? All right, so his overall energy towards you, I have the 5 of Cups. So, I feel like there's one of two things here, and that's why I wanted to ask, because there's kind of uncertain energy around you. So that's why I wanted to clarify. But either he, prior to meeting you, was already like getting over someone, like he was interested in someone, or he was in a relationship with someone that didn't work out. Um, and then he met you, okay, and he's still kind of like in between you and another person, okay? Or this is you, or the person that I'm talking about is you, okay? So like I said, I read energy, and if I don't have a good channel with someone, I ask questions so that way I can like clarify what I'm feeling. So, which one of those situations makes more sense to you? Is it that he was seeing someone before you that he wasn't really over? Or is it that things have ended between you and he's not really over you? Which one is it? Hmm. Okay. Well, if it's not the fact that like things are over between the two of you, I would reckon that um before meeting you, he was already interested in somebody else and things didn't really um pan out the way that he wanted. And now the question is whether or not he wants to like maybe potentially be with you. You said a few months ago he was very eager to become exclusive, but I rejected him a lot. Yeah. That he it may have been like a rebound situation. Okay. Like something didn't work out with somebody else. And then, he really quickly wanted to get over that. So he went to you. Which what that tells me is that this is someone that doesn't heal between relationships. They jump between relationships. They like to have that companionship, that partnership, okay? They can come in really, really hot, like love bombing you, and, telling you all the things that you wanna hear to get you to do what they want you to do. And that's what I'm feeling here is that, um, like, yes, this person may be interested in you, but it's more of a way to get over someone else and to move on from somebody else. Okay. So that's the overall energy that I'm getting from this. So you say that you sense something off with him. I also with him as well. Okay. So the way that he's thinking about you, yeah. We have the 3 of Wands. Yes, he wants to see things move forward with you, but it's not coming from a healthy place. It's not coming from a place of, oh, I'm so full and my life is so full and I have everything together and I just want someone to share it with. I want to bring someone in to my happiness. It's more of, I feel empty. I feel sad. I want someone. And, you know, I you're the person that's here. So that's kind of more of the direction that it's coming from. The way he feels about you, 7 of Cups, he doesn't really know where you're at. He doesn't know what to think about you. And likely he doesn't know where you're at and doesn't know what to think about you because you don't know what to think about him. You're confused about him as well, which also is a sign from your intuition, like, something's off here, right? Like, yes, maybe this guy is giving you attention, and yes, he's made an offer of relationship, but you sense something is wrong, right? You sense it's not coming from a good place, and you're trying to figure out like what to do about that. I'd say the answer here is to trust your gut. And bottom of the deck, I have the 10 of Swords that, you know, this, is has not started on the right foot. It's definitely started on the wrong foot because he's approached you from the wrong place. But there might be characteristics about him that you like. Maybe you like something about him. You like the way he makes you feel. You like the attention that he gives you. But you still feel like something is off. And that is true. So, like, trust your gut. He's not really thinking about you. He's thinking about what he can get from you. Okay, that's the difference. It's not really about you. It's more about making him feel a certain type of way. Um, so definitely a major red flag, and I would, you know, take that seriously. Um, You said I didn't even feel like I knew him well enough yet, and he was so quick. Exactly, like, he's just trying to instead of taking his time to be single and be by himself and deal with the difficult feelings of, going through a breakup or being broken up with, he just wants to quickly move to the next person, forget about it, heal his ego, have you make him feel better about himself, but he's not really concerned about how you feel in the process. So yeah, these are kind of tricky situations because you're like, he's doing all the right things, saying all the right things, giving me the offer, but it doesn't feel right. And it's because it's not. You are very welcome. Good luck. Oh my gosh, lucky. I'm so sorry. My mic was muted and I already did your reading and pulled your card. So let me repeat myself. So the issue that was happening here is that they both wanted different things for the future. Okay. On his side of the reading, I have the Knight of Wands and the Knight of Swords. On her side of the reading, I have the Six of Wands. So, on his side of the connection, he wanted to have his cake and eat it too. He wanted to be in a relationship, but also have his freedom. He wanted to have her there when, you know, when he wanted her there, but then when he didn't want to interact with her, he wanted to go off and do whatever he wanted to do, not necessarily with like other girls, but like, just have his freedom. Like if he doesn't want to talk to her, if he wants to go hang out with his friends or he wants to spend time alone, he wants to be able to do that without, explaining himself basically. So, kind of wanting his to have his cake and eat it too. For her, she has the Six of Wands. She wanted something more equal, more fair, something more calm, something where they both were getting something out of it. And I don't think that he was really able to give her what she was looking for, which is a reciprocal relationship, number one. And number two, just certainty. I think that he is very uncertain. He is very like chaotic as a person. So he likes to have someone that's grounding him down, but he also likes to be able to have the freedom to go and do what he'd like to do. And she didn't want to be that type of person. Okay. She could not imagine herself, having a future with this type of person. Not necessarily cheating on her, but just having the freedom to do what he wants, no one not feeling like he's obligated to someone or feeling bad if, he wants to go somewhere and like girls are gonna be there or something like that, right? Like he doesn't want to feel like someone's like limiting his experience of life more like that. So I think this was just not, this is just not was not gonna work for her. And I think that she likely ended this for her own good because he likes to have someone there. He likes to have that grounded energy to know that no matter what happens, that someone's going to be there. That's what he wants. Kind of like a mother, right? No matter what, she's going to be there. She's going to take care of you. She's going to love you. You can go off, do what you do, have fun, but when you're tired, when something happens to you, when you're sad, you know that you have somebody there. So that's what this person likes to have. They like to just kind of have that person there for when they want them to be there. So, not a lot of I mean, some girls are okay with this, but a lot of girls are not okay with that. So, they just had different ideas about how a connection, how a relationship works. For him, it's more one-sided. It's more about him getting what he wants. And, you know, for her and probably for you as well, you're looking for something more reciprocal, something more equal, something more fair. So this is likely an issue that this person has in many of their relationships where they're kind of just looking for that person that, doesn't have high self-esteem, that's not looking for a lot, that's just happy to have him, in their life. This is the best case scenario for a person like this. So hopefully that gives you some more insight on him and it can help you to understand whether or not you want to be involved with a person like this. Oh, you didn't have to do that. He's gonna be fine, right? He's a big boy, he's a man, right? He can deal. with his own feelings. I mean, look, maybe you have some of your own things as well, that you were also working through, and maybe you felt bad about it, but it's okay to not want to be with someone. It's okay to say no. It's okay to reject someone that you don't think is going to be good for you or right for you, or healthy for you. It's okay. You don't have to feel bad about, putting up boundaries. You are welcome. Hi, Lucky. Okay. Let's see here. All right, so what can Lucky expect next? What can Lucky expect next? Any predictions for her? His next actions? Will there be any type of resolution or discussion? Okay, I have the Page of Wands in reverse. Okay, so that's showing that there likely are not going to be any immediate actions or resolutions or discussions in the near future. Okay. That if you wanted this to happen, you would have to be the one to initiate it, and you would have to be the one that would push for it, um, which isn't a good position to be in with a man. You always want to have them doing the work and coming to you. So I don't think you will, have him reaching out to you saying, "Hey, let's talk about it." I think he kind of already can see that he's not going to get what he wants from you, which is a quick, easy connection with someone that's not going to like question it. Okay. Um, he's kind of looking for someone that's just going to say yes and be easy, right? So, it's already kind of been revealed here that you're not an easy person. You're not an easy type of girl, right? That you have some sense and some smarts. So, um, he's not going to try to change your mind. Okay. So unless, you really wanted to have a conversation with him for some reason, it would really take you to be the one to take initiative and do that. If it was, important to you to do that. Okay, we also have the King of Wands coming out right now. You both have to do what's best for you, okay? And once you're both, because what's sort of happened here is you both kind of made a boo boo, right? And then you're trying to fix it. And it's like, okay, it happened, right? Like it didn't really go the way either of you had intended. And now you just sort of need to accept what has happened, go back to your corners, brush yourselves off again and come back to center. And if you come back to center and you're living your life again and you're taking care of yourself and you still want him, you're still interested in him and he's still interested in you, then maybe at that point in time, things can happen. But really, this connection kind of depends on one of you compromising your wants, and that's again never really a good way to start a relationship with you know compromising. You should both be getting something out of this and serve a mutually beneficial purpose to each other. I have the Temperance card. Yeah, there's more of a need to heal, to let go, to learn your lessons here, to gather the information that you can kind of get from this and integrate that and move forward. And again, if you go through that process and then you still want him, okay, then maybe. But I think right now you need to step back for a second, clear this out and then move forward. Yeah, I think by letting go, you will figure out what the lesson is. You're too close to it right now. You can't really see it. You're still very emotionally close to this. It's not until we're distant from something, we're away from something that we have perspective, we can see it more clearly, and then we understand what the lesson is. So just give yourself time to figure that out. You know, go ahead and start that letting go, detaching process, and then you'll be able to see, okay, I see what the lesson was here.